Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. Origins in the Kinkou Order. In the misty mountains of Ionia, where ancient temples pierce the clouds and cherry blossoms drift on winds that carry the whispers of spirits, a young girl learned to walk in perfect silence. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of contemplation, let us explore the story of Akali, the rogue assassin, and discover how the most devoted student can become the most passionate rebel. Picture yourself ascending the winding stone paths that lead to the Kinkou monastery, each step taking you higher into the realm where earth meets sky. The air grows thinner here, purified by altitude and sanctified by centuries of meditation. Moss-covered statues of forgotten monks line the pathway, their weathered faces turned skyward in eternal contemplation of the balance that governs all things. The sound of distant temple bells echoes across the valleys below, their bronze voices calling the faithful to observe the sacred rhythms of dawn and dusk. Within these hallowed walls, where the philosophy of perfect equilibrium shaped every breath and heartbeat, a child named Akali took her first steps toward a destiny that would challenge the very foundations of tradition itself. Born into a lineage that had served the Kinkou order for countless generations, she entered the world carrying the weight of ancestral duty and the expectations of masters who had devoted their lives to maintaining the cosmic balance between order and chaos, light and shadow, action and restraint. The Kinkou monastery existed as more than a simple temple or training ground. It stood as a living embodiment of philosophical principles that reached back to the earliest days of Ionian civilization, when wise sages first recognized that the world's stability depended upon the careful maintenance of equilibrium in all things. Every stone in its walls had been placed with intention, every garden path designed to reflect the natural harmony that the order sought to preserve. The architecture itself taught lessons in balance, with soaring towers that reached towards celestial wisdom counterbalanced by deep meditation chambers that descended into the earth's patient embrace. Akali's mother had walked these same halls as a young woman, learning the sacred forms and meditative practices that would prepare her to serve as a guardian of balance. Every stone in its walls had been placed with intention, every garden path designed to reflect the natural harmony that the order sought to preserve. The architecture itself taught lessons in balance, with soaring towers that reached towards celestial wisdom, counterbalanced by deep meditation chambers that descended into the earth's patient embrace. Akali's mother had walked these same halls as a young woman, learning the sacred forms and meditative practices that would prepare her to serve as a guardian of balance. Her grandmother before her had knelt in the same prayer circles, breathing the same incense-sweetened air while mastering the arts of observation and restraint that defined the Kinkou way. The threads of family obligation wound through generations like golden cord, binding each daughter to a path laid out by her ancestors and sanctified by tradition. Yet, from her earliest memories, Akali possessed a restlessness that set her apart from the serene acceptance that characterized her fellow students. While other children sat in perfect stillness during morning meditation, her eyes would dart toward the windows, drawn by the sound of birds calling to each other across the mountain peaks. During lessons on the philosophy of non-interference, her hands would fidget with the hem of her robe, as if her very body rebelled against the concept of remaining motionless, while the world beyond the monastery walls called out for attention. The masters recognized her exceptional potential from the beginning. Her reflexes proved lightning quick, her mind sharp enough to grasp complex philosophical concepts that took other students years to understand. When the time came for physical training, she moved through the traditional forms with a grace that seemed to flow directly from the natural world itself. Her strikes were precise, her footwork so light that she could cross a floor of scattered autumn leaves without disturbing a single one. The weapons seemed to sing in her hands, becoming extensions of her will rather than mere tools of war. Master Shen, the Eye of Twilight and leader of the Kinkou order, took personal interest in her development. He saw in her quick mind and natural talent the potential to become one of the order's greatest champions, a guardian capable of maintaining balance with both wisdom and strength. Under his patient guidance, she learned to channel her restless energy into disciplined practice, to transform her innate rebellion into the controlled precision that defined a true master of the Kinkou arts. The training regimen that shaped Akali's youth encompassed far more than mere physical conditioning or weapon mastery. Each day began before dawn with meditation practices designed to calm the mind and center the spirit. Students would sit in the courtyard gardens as the first light of morning painted the mountain peaks gold and rose, breathing in harmony with the natural rhythms of the awakening world. They learned to feel the pulse of life in every blade of grass, to sense the delicate interconnections that bound all living things in a web of mutual dependence and influence. Philosophy classes followed the morning meditation, teachings that explored the fundamental principles underlying the Kinkou approach to existence. Students studied ancient texts that described the cosmic forces of creation and destruction, learning to recognize the signs that indicated when the world's balance had been disturbed and intervention might be required. They memorized the careful protocols that governed such interventions, understanding that hasty action could create more chaos than the problems they sought to solve. The afternoon hours were devoted to physical training, beginning with exercises designed to develop perfect control over every muscle and movement. Students practiced forms that had been refined over centuries, each gesture choreographed to embody the principles of balance and restraint that defined their order. They learned to move like flowing water, adapting to obstacles rather than forcing their way through them. Their footwork became so precise that they could navigate a field of delicate flowers without damaging a single petal. Their strikes so controlled that they could break a wooden board while leaving the paper beneath it completely untouched. Weapons training represented the culmination of their physical education, teaching them to channel their disciplined energy through traditional tools that had served the Kinkou order since its founding. The curved blades and weighted chains that formed their arsenal required years of practice to master, each weapon demanding a different kind of focus and technique. Students learned that true mastery came not from the ability to inflict maximum damage, but from the wisdom to know when and how to apply force with precise restraint. Akali excelled in every aspect of this comprehensive education, yet her masters began to notice troubling signs of impatience with the order's fundamental approach to justice and intervention. During discussions of the non-interference principle, she would ask pointed questions about the morality of watching innocents suffer while maintaining philosophical purity. When presented with hypothetical scenarios that required careful observation rather than immediate action, her responses consistently favored intervention over restraint. The young woman who emerged from years of intensive training possessed skills that would have made her a formidable champion of the Kinkou way. Her mind had been sharpened to razor precision through constant exposure to complex philosophical problems and ethical dilemmas. Her body had become a perfectly calibrated instrument, capable of moving with deadly grace while maintaining the serene composure that marked a true master of their arts. Her spirit had been tempered through countless hours of meditation and self-reflection, developing the inner strength necessary to face difficult decisions with unwavering resolve. Yet beneath this carefully cultivated exterior, the seeds of rebellion had been growing stronger with each passing season. Every lesson in restraint only highlighted her growing conviction that some situations demanded immediate action rather than careful deliberation. Every meditation on balance only reinforced her belief that true equilibrium sometimes required bold intervention to protect the innocent from those who would exploit their weakness. The very training that was meant to bind her more closely to the Kinkou philosophy instead illuminated the fundamental differences between her vision of justice and the Order's commitment to non-interference. The monastery that had shaped her youth remained a place of profound beauty and wisdom, its halls echoing with centuries of accumulated knowledge and spiritual insight. The masters who had guided her development genuinely sought to create a better world through their patient guardianship of cosmic balance. The traditions that governed their daily lives had proven their worth across countless generations, maintaining stability and preventing the kind of catastrophic conflicts that had scarred other regions of Runeterra. Yet for Akali, these very strengths had begun to feel like limitations, constraints that prevented her from fulfilling what she increasingly understood to be her true calling. The philosophical purity that her teachers prized so highly seemed to her a form of moral abdication, a retreat from the messy realities of a world where evil often triumphed precisely because good people chose to remain passive observers rather than active participants in the struggle for justice. As we conclude this first glimpse into Akali's origins within the Kinkou Order, we see a young woman caught between two competing visions of how best to serve the greater good. The foundation of her training provided her with extraordinary capabilities and deep wisdom, yet the very completeness of that education also illuminated the philosophical chasm that would eventually drive her to abandon everything she had been taught to embrace. In this sacred place where tradition and innovation had coexisted for centuries, perhaps we might wonder, when does loyalty to ancient wisdom become a barrier to necessary change? Chapter 2. The Weight of Tradition. In the deepest chambers of the Kinkou monastery, where ancient scrolls hold the accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years, the weight of tradition presses down like mountain stone upon those who would question its authority. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world settles into quietude, let us explore how the very teachings meant to guide Akali toward enlightenment instead became the chains she would eventually need to break. Imagine yourself descending into the archives beneath the monastery, where countless generations of masters have recorded their observations of the cosmic balance that governs all existence. The air here carries the scent of aged parchment and sandalwood incense, while soft golden light from paper lanterns illuminates row upon row of carefully preserved texts. These volumes contain the philosophical foundation upon which the Kinkou Order built its understanding of the world, principles so fundamental that questioning them seemed tantamount to doubting the rising of the sun or the changing of the seasons. The Kinkou philosophy rested upon a single elegant premise that had guided their actions for millennia. The universe existed in a state of perpetual tension between opposing forces, and only through careful observation and minimal intervention could this delicate equilibrium be maintained. Order and chaos, light and darkness, creation and destruction, these cosmic principles danced together in an eternal ballet, each movement requiring perfect timing and precise balance to prevent catastrophic disruption of the natural harmony. Master Shen would often lead advanced students through exercises designed to illustrate this fundamental truth. They would observe a mountain stream, noting how the water carved channels through stone, while the stone shaped the water's path in return. Neither force dominated the other. Instead, they worked together to create something beautiful and sustainable that benefited the entire ecosystem downstream. This, he taught, represented the ideal relationship between all opposing forces in the universe. During these lessons, Akali would find herself nodding in understanding, while simultaneously feeling a growing sense of unease that she struggled to articulate. The philosophy possessed an undeniable elegance, a compelling logic that explained why the Kinkou Order had maintained its influence and respect for so many centuries. Yet something deep within her spirit rebelled against the implications of applying this principle to situations involving human suffering and injustice. The sacred texts that formed the core of Kinkou education spoke at length about the dangers of hasty intervention in worldly affairs. They told cautionary tales of well-meaning individuals who had attempted to right obvious wrongs, only to create greater chaos through their lack of understanding about the broader consequences of their actions. A tyrant overthrown without proper consideration might be replaced by an even worse despot. A plague ended through magical intervention might return with redoubled virulence. Wars stopped prematurely might resume with greater violence once the underlying tensions erupted again. These stories carried genuine wisdom born from centuries of careful observation and painful experience. The masters who taught them had witnessed firsthand the devastating results that could follow when passionate idealism collided with complex reality. They understood that the world contained intricate webs of cause and effect that could not be easily predicted or controlled, and that even the most noble intentions could produce terrible unintended consequences when not tempered by patience and deep contemplation. Yet for Akali, these teachings increasingly felt like elaborate justifications for inaction in the face of clear moral imperatives. During study sessions in the monastery's great library, she would read accounts of historical events where the Kinkou order had chosen to observe rather than intervene, maintaining their philosophical purity while innocents suffered and died. The logical arguments supporting these decisions seemed sound on an intellectual level, but they failed to satisfy the growing fire of conviction that burned within her heart. The weight of tradition manifested not only through formal teachings, but also through the countless subtle ways that institutional culture shaped every aspect of daily life within the monastery. Students learned to speak in measured tones that betrayed no excess emotion, to move with deliberate grace that suggested inner calm regardless of external circumstances. They practiced forms of meditation designed to create distance between their personal desires and their professional obligations, developing the ability to observe suffering without being overwhelmed by the urge to alleviate it immediately. The clothing they wore reinforced these lessons through its very design. The flowing robes of novice students came in muted colors that would not stand out in a crowd, while the traditional masks worn during advanced training exercises served to suppress individual identity in favor of institutional purpose. Every element of their appearance was calculated to remind them that they served something greater than their personal inclinations, that their individual will must be subordinated to the collective wisdom of their order. Akali excelled at these practices on a technical level, demonstrating the same natural aptitude for emotional control that she had shown for physical combat and philosophical study. Her masters praised her ability to maintain serene composure during the most challenging training scenarios, noting how quickly she had mastered the advanced meditation techniques that took other students years to develop. Yet they began to notice subtle signs that suggested her compliance came from disciplined willpower rather than genuine acceptance of their underlying principles. During advanced seminars on the ethics of intervention, Akali would pose hypothetical questions that pushed against the boundaries of established doctrine. She would ask whether the principle of non-interference applied equally to all situations, regardless of the scale of suffering involved. When presented with scenarios involving the systematic oppression of entire populations, she would explore the moral implications of maintaining neutrality between oppressor and oppressed. Her questions were always respectfully phrased and intellectually rigorous, yet they consistently probed for exceptions to the absolute restraint that her teachers advocated. The masters recognized the dangerous path that such questioning might lead her down, yet they also appreciated the keen intelligence that drove her inquiries. They responded with patient explanations of the deeper wisdom underlying their approach, sharing personal anecdotes from their own periods of doubt and eventual enlightenment. They spoke of the peace that came from accepting one's role as an observer rather than an actor, the freedom that followed from releasing attachment to specific outcomes in favor of trust in the cosmic process. These conversations often took place in the monastery's contemplation gardens, where carefully arranged stones and flowing water created an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Master Shen would point out how the garden's beauty arose not from any single element, but from the harmonious interaction between all its components. The rocks provided structure while the water brought movement, the plants offered life, while the empty spaces created visual balance. No element tried to dominate the others. Instead, each fulfilled its proper function within the larger design. The metaphor was clear and compelling. Yet Akali found herself wondering whether human beings possessed the same kind of predetermined roles that stones and streams might play in a garden's composition. The cosmic balance that her teachers described seemed to require the active participation of conscious moral agents who could choose to act righteously or wickedly, to help or harm their fellow beings. If everyone simply accepted their assigned place in the grand design, who would take responsibility for opposing those who chose to embrace destructive chaos rather than constructive order? These philosophical tensions came to a head during advanced training exercises that simulated real-world scenarios requiring difficult moral choices. Students would be presented with complex situations involving multiple stakeholders with competing interests, then asked to develop responses that maintained proper balance while addressing legitimate concerns from all parties involved. The exercises were designed to illustrate the wisdom of careful deliberation and the dangers of hasty judgment. In one particularly challenging scenario, students were told that a corrupt magistrate was systematically exploiting poor farmers, seizing their land through fraudulent legal proceedings while enriching himself and his cronies. The farmers had appealed for help from various authorities, but their pleas had been ignored due to the magistrate's political connections. Some had begun organizing resistance movements that threatened to spiral into violent rebellion unless the situation was addressed. The traditional Kinkou response to such a situation would involve extensive investigation to understand all the underlying factors contributing to the conflict, followed by subtle interventions designed to restore balance without dramatically disrupting existing power structures. Perhaps the magistrate could be encouraged to moderate his behavior through discreet pressure from other officials, or the farmers could be helped to find legal remedies through proper channels. The goal would be to address the immediate crisis while preserving the stability of the broader system. Akali's proposed solution involved a much more direct approach. She suggested that the order could expose the magistrate's corruption through strategic leaks of information to honest officials, while simultaneously providing the farmers with the resources and training they needed to defend their rights effectively. Her plan included contingencies for protecting innocent civilians if violence did erupt, as well as mechanisms for ensuring that any new leadership would be more accountable to the people they served. The elegance and thoroughness of her proposal impressed her instructors, yet they gently pointed out the numerous ways in which such an approach could create unforeseen complications. By taking sides in a political dispute, the order would compromise its reputation for neutrality and potentially make itself a target for retaliation. By empowering the farmers to resist more effectively, they might inadvertently strengthen other revolutionary movements that could threaten regional stability. By removing the corrupt magistrate without addressing the systemic issues that enabled his rise to power, they might simply clear the way for someone even worse to take his place. These critiques carried genuine weight and deserved serious consideration, yet Akali found herself increasingly frustrated by what seemed to be an endless series of reasons for avoiding decisive action. Every proposal for intervention could be criticized for its potential negative consequences. The philosophical purity that her teachers prized so highly began to feel like a form of moral cowardice, a way of avoiding difficult decisions by retreating into abstract principles. The weight of tradition pressed down upon her with increasing force as she progressed through her advanced training. Each lesson reinforced the importance of maintaining the Order's ancient ways, while each meditation session was designed to suppress the growing voice within her that demanded a more active approach to justice. The monastery that had once felt like a sanctuary of wisdom began to feel like a beautiful prison, its walls adorned with noble principles that ultimately served to keep its inhabitants from engaging with the messy realities of the world beyond. As we reflect upon this period of Akali's development, we see a young woman caught between two equally compelling visions of how to serve the greater good. The traditions that shaped her possessed genuine wisdom earned through centuries of experience, yet they also contained assumptions about the nature of justice and responsibility that her evolving conscience could no longer accept. In this sacred place where ancient teachings struggled against modern convictions, perhaps we might wonder, when does respect for tradition become an obstacle to moral growth? Chapter 3. The Noxian Invasion's Impact. The The sound of distant war drums echoes across valleys where cherry blossoms once drifted on peaceful winds, their rhythm marking time with the heavy march of foreign boots upon sacred soil. Tonight, as we gather in contemplation of how conflict shapes the soul, let us witness how the Noxian invasion of Ionia became the crucible that would forever transform Akali's understanding of duty, justice, and the true cost of maintaining balance in an unbalanced world. Picture yourself standing on the monastery's highest tower as the first reports of invasion reach the mountain sanctuary. The news arrives not through official channels, but through the desperate testimonies of refugees who flee northward along ancient pilgrim paths, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. These simple farmers and village artisans speak of black ships cutting through coastal mists, like harbingers of doom, disgorging legions of armored soldiers who advance with mechanical precision across the fertile lowlands that had known only peace for generations. The Noxian Empire had come to Ionia not as conquerors seeking mere territory, but as agents of a fundamentally different philosophy about strength, order, and the proper relationship between the powerful and the weak. Where Ionian culture celebrated harmony with the natural world and the patient cultivation of spiritual wisdom, Noxian doctrine proclaimed that might alone determined right, that true strength came through domination rather than balance, that the universe rewarded those bold enough to seize what they desired rather than those content to accept what they were given. This philosophical chasm ran deeper than simple political disagreement or territorial ambition. The invaders brought with them a worldview that regarded Ionian reverence for nature as weakness, their commitment to spiritual balance as naivety, their traditions of consensus and contemplation as inefficiency that invited exploitation. To Noxian eyes, the first lands appeared ripe for conquest precisely because their inhabitants had grown soft through generations of peace and introspection. The initial reports that reached the Kinkou monastery spoke of coastal cities falling with shocking speed as Noxian war machines overwhelmed defenders who had never faced such concentrated brutality. The invaders employed tactics that violated every principle of honorable warfare that Ionian culture recognized, targeting civilian populations to break morale, destroying sacred groves and temples to demonstrate their contempt for local customs, enslaving captives to fuel their expanding war effort. Master Shen convened emergency councils to discuss how the Order should respond to this unprecedented crisis. The assembled masters debated long into the night, their voices heavy with the weight of decisions that would shape not only their own fate, but the future of their entire philosophy. Some argued that the invasion represented exactly the kind of large-scale disruption that required careful observation rather than hasty intervention, that the cosmic balance would eventually reassert itself if they maintained their traditional neutrality. Others pointed out that the Noxian assault threatened to destroy the very foundations upon which Ionian civilization rested, that standing aside while their homeland was ravaged might preserve the Order's philosophical purity, but would leave them guardians of nothing more than empty principles. The debates stretched across days and weeks while the war crept ever closer to their mountain sanctuary, each report from the lowlands bringing news of fresh atrocities and desperate pleas for assistance. Akali attended these councils as part of her advanced training, listening with growing anguish as her teachers wrestled with questions that seemed to tear at the heart of everything she had been taught to believe. The careful deliberation that had always characterized Kinkou decision-making now felt like agonizing delay while innocents died and their ancient homeland burned. The philosophical sophistication that she had once admired in her masters began to sound like elaborate rationalization for abandoning their moral obligations. The young woman who had once struggled to understand the practical application of non-interference principles now found herself witnessing their consequences in the most visceral terms imaginable. Refugees continued to stream past the monastery, carrying tales of villages reduced to ash and families torn apart by systematic brutality. Children spoke with hollow voices about watching their parents murdered for the crime of defending their homes. Elderly survivors described temples that had stood for centuries being desecrated and demolished to to provide building materials for Noxian fortifications. Each story landed like a physical blow against Akali's conscience, challenging her to reconcile the abstract beauty of cosmic balance with the immediate reality of human suffering. The teachings that had once seemed so wise and elegant now appeared to offer little comfort to people whose entire world had been shattered by forces they could not comprehend or resist. The philosophical detachment that her masters maintained in the face of such overwhelming tragedy struck her as a form of spiritual failure, rather than enlightened wisdom. During one particularly difficult council session, Master Shen presented a detailed analysis of the broader strategic situation, explaining how direct intervention by the Kinkou order might disrupt delicate political relationships throughout the region and potentially prolong the conflict rather than resolving it. His arguments demonstrated the kind of sophisticated thinking that had made him a respected leader, yet Akali found herself fixated on a single haunting question: how many people would die while they deliberated about the optimal timing for action. The war continued to escalate as Noxian forces pushed deeper into Ionian territory, their advance marked by a trail of devastation that seemed to mock every principle of harmony and balance that defined the First Lands. Reports arrived of sacred groves being clear-cut to fuel military engines, of ancient burial grounds being desecrated to establish supply depots, of spiritual sites that had served as centers of pilgrimage and meditation being converted into fortresses and barracks. The invaders showed particular contempt for the magical traditions that formed the foundation of Ionian culture, viewing them as primitive superstitions that needed to be eradicated in favor of Noxian rationalism and technological superiority. They captured mages and spirit-touched individuals for experimentation, seeking to unlock the secrets of Ionian magic, while showing no respect for the cultural context that gave those powers meaning. The violation went beyond mere conquest to encompass a systematic assault on everything that made Ionia distinctive. Akali watched from the monastery walls as smoke columns rose from burning villages in the valleys below, each dark pillar marking another community that had fallen to the advancing war machine. The sight filled her with a rage so pure and focused that it seemed to burn away all the careful conditioning that years of training had instilled. The philosophical arguments about cosmic balance and proper restraint crumbled before the simple moral clarity of recognizing evil and feeling compelled to oppose it. The breaking point came when refugees brought word of a particularly horrific massacre at a nearby village where Noxian soldiers had herded civilians into a temple before setting it ablaze. Among the victims were several children who had once visited the monastery during religious festivals, their bright faces now reduced to memories that would haunt the survivors forever. The soldiers responsible had laughed as they committed this atrocity, treating the murder of innocents as entertainment rather than tragedy. Master Shen's response to this news demonstrated the genuine anguish that he felt at being unable to prevent such horrors, yet his commitment to Kinkou principles prevented him from authorizing direct action. He spoke of the need to trust in the larger patterns of cosmic justice, to believe that the universe would eventually restore balance even if individual tragedies seemed to suggest otherwise. His words carried the weight of sincere conviction, yet they also revealed the fundamental inadequacy of abstract philosophy when confronted with immediate moral crisis. The discussions that followed this revelation marked a turning point in Akali's relationship with the order that had shaped her entire life. She found herself unable to participate in debates about optimal timing and strategic considerations, while the screams of burning children echoed in her memory. The careful protocols that governed Kinkou intervention seemed designed more to prevent action than to enable it, creating endless opportunities for delay and deliberation, while urgent situations demanded immediate response. The invasion also brought Akali into contact with other Ionian defenders who had chosen to abandon traditional restraints in favor of direct resistance against the occupying forces. She met warriors who had left their own schools and orders to take up arms against the invaders, mages who had modified their peaceful arts for combat applications, ordinary citizens who had transformed themselves into guerrilla fighters rather than submit to foreign domination. These encounters revealed alternative approaches to the crisis that her Kinkou training had never prepared her to consider. She witnessed acts of heroism and self-sacrifice, that demonstrated how individual moral courage could make meaningful differences in desperate situations. She saw examples of tactical innovation and adaptive thinking that achieved concrete results, while the monastery's councils continued their endless deliberations about proper procedures. The contrast between the effectiveness of direct action and the paralysis of over-analysis became increasingly stark as the war progressed. Villages that organized effective resistance sometimes managed to drive off Noxian raiding parties, while communities that waited for help from established authorities often found themselves abandoned to their fate. The cosmic balance that Master Shen spoke of so eloquently seemed to require human agents willing to tip the scales through conscious moral choice rather than passive observation. As we conclude this examination of how the Noxian invasion shattered Akali's faith in traditional approaches to justice, we see a young woman forced to confront the limitations of inherited wisdom when faced with unprecedented moral challenges. The war that ravaged her homeland also devastated her confidence in the philosophical framework that had guided her development, creating space for new convictions to take root in soil fertilized by suffering and watered with tears. In this crucible of conflict where abstract principles met concrete atrocities, perhaps we might wonder, when does loyalty to tradition become complicity with evil? Chapter 4. Breaking Point and Departure. There comes a moment in every soul's journey when the weight of compromise becomes heavier than the fear of standing alone, when the voice of conscience drowns out the chorus of convention, and when action becomes not just a choice but a moral imperative that cannot be denied. Tonight, as we witness the moment that would define Akali's destiny, let us explore how a single act of defiance can shatter the chains of tradition and set a spirit free to follow its truest calling. Picture yourself in the pre-dawn darkness of the monastery, where the air itself seems to hold its breath before the storm that is about to break. The mountain mists cling to ancient stones like the remnants of old dreams, while somewhere in the valley below, another village burns under the merciless advance of the Noxian war machine. In her simple quarters, Akali sits in meditation posture, yet her mind races not toward the serene emptiness that her teachers had trained her to seek, but toward a crystal-clear vision of the choice that now lay before her. The night had brought news that would prove to be the final straw in her struggle between duty and conscience. A messenger had arrived bearing word of a Noxian patrol that had captured a group of children from nearby settlements, planning to transport them to labor camps in the occupied territories. The patrol would pass through a narrow mountain pass at dawn, following a route that would bring them within striking distance of someone with the skills and determination to attempt a rescue. For hours, Akali had wrestled with the implications of what she was contemplating. Everything in her training screamed against the idea of unilateral action without proper authorization from the Order's leadership. The protocols that governed Kinkou operations required extensive consultation, careful planning, and unanimous consent from the Council of Masters before any intervention could be attempted. These procedures existed for good reasons, designed to prevent exactly the kind of impulsive decision-making that she now found herself considering. Yet, as she sat in the darkness, listening to the distant sounds of war carried on the mountain winds, the voices of her teachers seemed to fade before the more urgent call of her awakening conscience. The children whose lives hung in the balance would not benefit from careful deliberation or philosophical sophistication. They needed someone willing to act decisively in their defense, someone prepared to risk everything for the simple principle that innocence deserved protection from those who would exploit their vulnerability. The choice that confronted her represented more than a tactical decision about a single rescue mission. It embodied the fundamental question that had been building within her spirit throughout the long months of invasion and occupation: whether true loyalty to justice required obedience to institutional authority or fidelity to the moral principles that institutional authority claimed to serve. The answer that crystallized in her mind as she prepared for action would reshape not only her own destiny, but her understanding of what it meant to serve the greater good. Master Shen found her in the armory as she gathered the equipment that would serve her on this unauthorized mission. The traditional weapons of her order felt different in her hands now, transformed from training tools into instruments of rebellion against the very institution that had created them. The curved blades and weighted chains that had once symbolized her connection to ancient traditions now became symbols of her determination to forge a new path guided by personal conviction rather than inherited wisdom. The conversation that followed between master and student carried the weight of years of shared experience and mutual respect, yet it also marked the beginning of an irreversible transformation in their relationship. Shen spoke with the patient authority of someone who had devoted his life to understanding the deeper currents that shaped worldly events, explaining once again why hasty action could undermine the broader goals that the Order served. His words carried genuine wisdom and heartfelt concern for both Akali's welfare and the mission that they had all sworn to protect. Akali listened with the respect that she had always shown her teachers, yet her responses revealed how completely her perspective had shifted during the crucible of the invasion. She no longer spoke as a student seeking guidance from superior wisdom, but as an autonomous moral agent who had reached conclusions that conflicted with established doctrine. The philosophical framework that had once provided structure for her thinking now felt like a cage that prevented her from fulfilling her true purpose. The debate between them embodied larger tensions that had been building within Ionian society throughout the occupation. Traditional approaches to conflict resolution and social harmony had proven inadequate when confronted with an enemy that recognized no moral constraints and respected no cultural boundaries. The invasion had revealed gaps in ancient wisdom that could only be filled by developing new forms of resistance and adaptation. Shen warned her about the isolation that would follow if she chose to abandon the institutional support that had sustained her throughout her development. The Kinkou order provided not only training and resources, but also the psychological comfort of belonging to something larger than individual ambition or personal conviction. By striking out on her own, she would forfeit the guidance and protection that came from being part of an organization with centuries of accumulated wisdom and experience. These warnings carried genuine weight, yet they also revealed assumptions about the nature of strength and security that Akali had begun to question. The institutional support that Shen described had failed to prevent the atrocities that were consuming their homeland. The accumulated wisdom that he valued so highly seemed powerless to address the immediate moral crisis that demanded action rather than contemplation. The protection that the Order offered came at the price of accepting constraints that prevented effective response to urgent threats. Her reply to these concerns demonstrated how completely her thinking had evolved beyond the parameters of traditional Kinkou philosophy. She spoke not of rejecting the valuable lessons that her training had provided, but of applying those lessons in service of principles that transcended institutional loyalty. The skills and insights that the Order had given her would not be wasted, but redirected toward goals that honored the deepest intentions of their teachings rather than their surface restrictions. The moment of actual departure carried an emotional weight that threatened to shatter her resolve. This monastery had been her home for almost her entire life, its halls and gardens as familiar as her own heartbeat. The people who watched her leave had shared in her growth and development, offering guidance and support through countless challenges and setbacks. To walk away from everything that had shaped her identity required a kind of courage that went beyond mere physical bravery. The traditional farewell ceremonies that marked a student's graduation from training had been designed to celebrate the completion of one phase of service and the beginning of another. No such rituals existed for someone who chose to reject the path that their education had prepared them to follow. Akali's departure occurred in the gray space between dawn and sunrise, marked only by the weight of unspoken farewells and the knowledge that she was crossing a threshold from which there could be no return. The mountain path that led away from the monastery seemed to stretch endlessly before her, each step carrying her further from the certainty and security of her former life. The equipment she carried felt heavier than usual, burdened not only with practical necessities, but with the symbolic weight of her transformation from dutiful student to independent agent. The weapons that had once been extensions of institutional authority now became tools of personal responsibility. Yet as she moved through the pre-dawn darkness toward her rendezvous with destiny, Akali felt a lightness of spirit that she had not experienced since childhood. The constant tension between her inner convictions and her external obligations had finally been resolved through decisive action. The philosophical paralysis that had frustrated her for so long gave way to the clarity that came from aligning behavior with beliefs, from choosing authenticity over acceptance. The rescue mission itself unfolded with a precision that validated years of intensive training and natural talent. The Noxian patrol proved no match for someone who combined the stealth techniques of the Kinkou tradition with the passionate intensity of righteous anger. The children were freed and guided to safety through mountain paths that only a local could navigate, their lives preserved through the kind of direct intervention that institutional protocol would have made impossible. The success of this unauthorized operation provided more than tactical validation for Akali's decision to break with established authority. It demonstrated that individual moral courage could achieve concrete results that elaborate institutional procedures had failed to produce. The children who returned safely to their families would grow up free because someone had chosen action over deliberation, personal responsibility over organizational loyalty. News of the rescue spread quickly through both Noxian and Ionian networks, establishing Akali's reputation as a new kind of defender who operated outside traditional structures but served traditional values. Her success inspired others who had grown frustrated with the inadequacy of conventional responses to the invasion, suggesting alternative approaches to resistance that emphasized innovation over tradition, effectiveness over propriety. The reaction from the Kinkou order reflected the complex emotions that her departure had generated among those she left behind. Some masters viewed her actions as a betrayal of everything they had taught her, a rejection of wisdom that could only lead to chaos and suffering. Others recognized the validity of her concerns while regretting her unwillingness to work for change from within existing structures. A few quietly admired her courage in following her convictions despite the personal cost involved. Master Shen's response embodied the profound sadness that comes from watching someone you care about choose a path that you believe will lead to destruction. His feelings for Akali transcended simple professional disappointment or institutional loyalty. She had been like a daughter to him, and her departure felt like a personal failure as much as a philosophical disagreement. Yet he also understood the sincerity of her convictions and respected the courage required to act upon them. As we reflect upon this pivotal moment in Akali's journey, we witness the transformation of a dutiful student into an independent agent of justice, the birth of a new approach to defending the innocent that would inspire a generation of resistance fighters. The monastery that had shaped her remained behind, its ancient walls unchanged by her departure, yet the world beyond those walls would never be quite the same because of the choice she made in that pre-dawn darkness. In this moment when personal conviction triumphed over institutional authority, perhaps we might wonder, what chains of convention hold us back from becoming who we are truly meant to be? Chapter 5. Forging a New Path. In the wilderness beyond the reach of ancient institutions, where no established wisdom guides the seeker, and no tradition provides comfort against uncertainty, the soul must learn to trust its own compass and forge tools from the raw materials of experience and intuition. Tonight, as we follow Akali into the uncharted territories of independent action, let us discover how freedom from conventional constraints can unleash creativity and innovation that no classroom could ever teach. Picture yourself in a hidden cave high in the mountain peaks, where the sound of wind through stone passages creates a symphony of solitude that echoes with possibility. Here, far from the ordered halls of the monastery and the regimented life of institutional service, Akali begins the most challenging phase of her education, learning to become herself without the guidance of masters or the security of established protocols. The flickering light of a small fire illuminates makeshift workshops where she experiments with new techniques, her movements guided not by memorized forms, but by the emerging logic of her own tactical philosophy. The first weeks of independence brought challenges that no amount of monastery training could have prepared her to face. The simple logistics of survival outside institutional support required skills that her privileged upbringing had never demanded. She learned to forage for food in mountain wilderness, to create shelter from natural materials, to navigate by stars rather than familiar landmarks. These practical necessities served as humbling reminders that true self-reliance extended far beyond philosophical independence. Yet these difficulties also provided opportunities for growth that would have been impossible within the structured environment of her former life. Free from the expectations and limitations that came with institutional identity, Akali discovered aspects of her own nature that years of formal training had never revealed. The creativity that had been channeled into mastering predetermined forms now expressed itself through innovation and experimentation, leading to breakthrough insights that would transform her approach to combat and conflict resolution. The weapons that had served the Kinkou order for centuries reflected the philosophical principles that guided their creation: balanced, elegant, designed for precision rather than overwhelming force. These traditional tools possessed undeniable beauty and effectiveness within the context of their intended use. Yet, Akali began to recognize how their design assumptions limited their tactical applications. The curved blades and weighted chains that emphasized flow and grace proved less effective against heavily armored opponents who showed no respect for artistic combat traditions. Her first attempts at weapon modification emerged from practical necessity rather than theoretical innovation. The Noxian soldiers she encountered wore armor designed to deflect traditional Ionian weapons, their equipment reflecting a military philosophy that prioritized protection over mobility. The elegant strikes that would have been devastating against unarmored opponents often failed to penetrate the thick plates and chain mesh that characterized Noxian defensive gear. Working by firelight in her mountain refuge, Akali began to experiment with modifications that would give her tools greater versatility against contemporary threats. She studied fragments of Noxian equipment recovered from battlefields, analyzing their construction to identify vulnerabilities that innovative weapons might exploit. The process required patience and creativity, qualities that her Kinkou training had developed but never applied to such practical ends. The breakthrough came when she realized that effectiveness against armored opponents required weapons that could strike with concentrated force at specific weak points, rather than delivering broad cutting attacks. This insight led her to develop the kunai that would become her signature tools: weighted throwing blades designed for precision targeting rather than general combat. Unlike traditional Ionian weapons that emphasized flowing combinations, her kunai could be deployed individually or in sequence to create tactical advantages through timing and placement. The development of her kama represented an even more radical departure from conventional weapon design. Where traditional sickle blades focused on cutting through organic targets, her modified versions incorporated features that allowed them to function as climbing tools, grappling implements, and defensive barriers in addition to their primary offensive capabilities. The versatility that emerged from this innovation reflected her growing understanding that independent operators needed equipment that could adapt to unpredictable situations. The philosophical implications of these weapon modifications extended far beyond mere technical improvements. Each design choice reflected decisions about the nature of combat and the proper relationship between warrior and conflict. The Kinkou traditions emphasized harmony between combatant and opponent, seeking resolution through superior skill rather than superior equipment. Akali's innovations prioritized practical effectiveness over aesthetic considerations, accepting that some problems required tools specifically designed to solve them rather than hoping that traditional methods would prove adequate. Her training regimen during this period of innovation reflected the same willingness to abandon conventional wisdom in favor of practical results. The forms that she had mastered in the monastery were beautiful and effective within their intended context, yet they assumed environments and opponents that no longer matched the realities of guerrilla warfare against a technologically advanced occupying force. The flowing movements that worked perfectly in controlled sparring sessions proved dangerously predictable when facing enemies who had studied Ionian combat techniques. The new fighting style that emerged from her experiments combined elements of traditional Kinkou training with innovations born from necessity and creativity. She retained the emphasis on speed and precision that had always characterized her approach to combat, Yet she modified her movement patterns to incorporate the kind of unpredictable changes in direction and elevation that could confuse opponents, accustomed to more conventional tactics. The result was a personal combat system that honored her training while transcending its limitations. The psychological aspects of forging an independent path proved even more challenging than the technical innovations required for effective combat. Years of institutional life had provided not only practical support, but also psychological security through clear hierarchies and established procedures for making difficult decisions. The sudden absence of external authority forced Akali to develop internal sources of guidance and confidence that could sustain her through periods of doubt and uncertainty. The isolation that came with independence created opportunities for self-reflection that would have been impossible within the busy social environment of the monastery. Without the constant presence of teachers and fellow students, she discovered aspects of her own personality and motivation that had been obscured by the demands of institutional conformity. The silence of mountain solitude became a teacher more demanding than any human instructor, forcing her to confront questions about identity and purpose that she had never needed to address. The moral framework that emerged from this period of introspection reflected both the influence of her Kinkou education and the lessons learned through direct experience with injustice and suffering. She retained the emphasis on balance and harmony that had always appealed to her, yet she redefined these concepts in terms of active intervention rather than passive observation. True balance, she came to understand, sometimes required correcting imbalances through decisive action rather than waiting for cosmic forces to restore equilibrium naturally. Her first independent missions tested both her technical innovations and her evolving philosophical framework. The targets she chose reflected careful consideration of where individual action could make meaningful differences in the broader conflict, rather than attempting to match the Noxian military machine through direct confrontation. She focused on rescue operations, intelligence gathering, and precision strikes against key personnel who were responsible for particularly egregious atrocities. The success of these early operations validated her decision to break from institutional constraints while revealing new challenges that she had not anticipated. Working alone meant that every decision carried personal responsibility for its consequences, with no institutional authority to share blame for mistakes or provide guidance during moments of uncertainty. The freedom to act according to her own judgment came with the burden of accepting full accountability for the results of those actions. The reputation that began to develop around her activities reflected the impact that individual determination could have when combined with superior training and innovative thinking. Stories spread through both resistance networks and occupation forces about a phantom warrior who struck without warning and disappeared before reinforcements could arrive. The psychological effect of these tales often proved as valuable as the tactical results of the missions themselves, inspiring hope among the oppressed while creating anxiety among their oppressors. The equipment and techniques that she developed during this period would influence combat doctrine throughout Ionia for generations to come. Her innovations demonstrated how traditional martial arts could be adapted to address contemporary challenges without losing their essential character. The weapons she created found their way into the hands of other resistance fighters, spreading her tactical insights far beyond her personal sphere of influence. Yet perhaps the most significant aspect of her journey during this period was the discovery of her own voice as a moral agent independent of institutional authority. The confidence to make difficult decisions based on personal judgment rather than external guidance would prove essential to her effectiveness as a defender of justice. The willingness to accept responsibility for the consequences of her actions, both positive and negative, marked her transition from student to master of her own destiny. As we reflect upon this period of innovation and self-discovery, we see how freedom from conventional constraints can unleash creative potential that rigid structures often suppress. The mountain refuge that sheltered Akali's experiments became a laboratory for developing new approaches to ancient problems, proving that tradition and innovation need not be enemies, but can instead inform and strengthen each other. In this crucible of independence where necessity sparked creativity, perhaps we might wonder what innovations might emerge if we trusted our own judgment more than inherited wisdom. Chapter 6. The Rogue's Mission. In the shadowed spaces between law and justice, where institutional authority fails and individual conscience must serve as the only guide, a new kind of guardian emerges to protect those whom society has abandoned or forgotten. Tonight, as we delve into the heart of Akali's evolving mission, let us explore how one person's commitment to justice can illuminate the darkest corners of a world where power too often shields the guilty while abandoning the innocent to their fate. Picture yourself moving through the narrow alleys of a war-torn village at midnight, where the absence of streetlights creates pools of darkness that conceal both predator and protector. Here, in the liminal spaces where official authority has collapsed and moral chaos reigns supreme, Akali has found her true calling as a guardian of last resort for those who have nowhere else to turn. The soft whisper of her footsteps on worn cobblestones marks the approach of justice for some and retribution for others, her presence a reminder that evil actions carry consequences even when conventional systems fail to provide them. The targets that earned Akali's attention during this period reflected a careful moral calculus that went far beyond simple opposition to the Noxian occupation. While the invasion provided the most obvious examples of injustice requiring intervention, her expanding awareness revealed that corruption and cruelty existed wherever power imbalances allowed the strong to exploit the weak without consequence. The war had not created these problems, but had exposed and amplified them, stripping away the polite facades that normally concealed the brutal realities of unchecked authority. Her first post-monastery mission had involved rescuing children from Noxian slavers, yet subsequent operations revealed that native Ionians could be just as capable of betraying their own people for personal gain. Collaborators who sold information about resistance movements to occupation forces, merchants who profiteered from wartime shortages while their neighbors starved, officials who used the chaos of conflict to settle personal scores or eliminate political rivals, all became potential targets for someone committed to protecting the innocent regardless of their oppressor's nationality or political affiliation. The methodology that Akali developed for selecting her targets reflected the analytical skills that her Kinkou training had instilled while adapting them to serve principles that the Order would never have endorsed. She conducted extensive surveillance and investigation before taking action, gathering intelligence about her subjects' activities and motivations to ensure that her interventions addressed genuine injustices rather than personal grudges or political disagreements. The patience and thoroughness that had once characterized monastery research now served to prevent tragic mistakes in life or death situations. The criteria that guided her target selection evolved through experience and reflection, shaped by both successful operations and painful errors in judgment. She focused primarily on individuals whose actions directly harmed innocents and who remained beyond the reach of conventional justice systems. Corrupt officials who abused their authority for personal gain, criminals who exploited the vulnerable, occupying soldiers who committed atrocities against civilians, these became the primary categories of individuals who earned her attention. The methods she employed varied depending on the specific circumstances and severity of each case, ranging from intimidation and exposure to exile and elimination. Not every situation required lethal force. Sometimes the mere threat of consequences proved sufficient to modify behavior and protect potential victims. The psychological impact of her reputation often accomplished more than direct action, creating deterrent effects that prevented crimes from occurring in the first place. Her approach to intelligence gathering drew upon the observational skills that Kinkou training had developed while adapting them to serve more active purposes than traditional monitoring required. She learned to infiltrate criminal networks and corrupt organizations, assuming false identities that allowed her to witness firsthand the activities that she might need to address. These covert operations required acting abilities that went far beyond the simple disguise techniques taught in the monastery, demanding genuine psychological insight into the motivations and behaviors of people whose moral frameworks differed radically from her own. The emotional challenges of this work proved unexpectedly demanding, requiring psychological resilience that her privileged upbringing had never developed. Witnessing systematic cruelty and deliberate exploitation created a constant emotional burden that threatened to transform her righteous anger into consuming hatred. The isolation of working alone meant that she had no colleagues with whom to share these psychological pressures, no institutional support systems to help process the trauma of repeated exposure to human evil. The development of her personal code of conduct reflected her need to maintain moral clarity while operating in environments where ethical boundaries became increasingly blurred. She established strict rules about proportionality, ensuring that her responses matched the severity of the crimes she addressed. Minor corruption might warrant exposure and public humiliation, while systematic torture or mass murder demanded more permanent solutions. These guidelines helped preserve her sense of justice while preventing the kind of moral drift that could transform a protector into just another predator. The question of collateral damage presented some of her most difficult ethical challenges, forcing her to weigh the certainty of harm to guilty parties against the possibility of unintended consequences for innocent bystanders. Traditional Kinkou teachings had emphasized the interconnectedness of all actions, warning that even well-intentioned interventions could create ripple effects that ultimately caused more harm than good. Her new approach required accepting calculated risks while maintaining vigilance about unintended consequences. The logistical aspects of maintaining an independent operation presented practical challenges that institutional support had previously handled automatically. She needed secure bases of operation, reliable sources of intelligence, equipment maintenance and replacement, medical care for injuries, and financial resources to sustain extended campaigns. The monastery had provided all these necessities without her needing to consider their complexity. Independence required developing entirely new skills in resource management and operational security. Her first safe house, established in the ruins of a bombed temple, represented both practical necessity and symbolic significance. The sacred space that had once served the community's spiritual needs now sheltered someone dedicated to serving their temporal protection. The irony was not lost on her that she had found sanctuary in a place destroyed by the same forces that had driven her to abandon her original sanctuary in the monastery. The circular nature of this arrangement suggested deeper patterns in her journey that she was only beginning to understand. The network of informants and allies that gradually developed around her operations reflected the hunger for justice that existed throughout occupied Ionia. Ordinary citizens who had lost faith in traditional authorities began providing information about local crimes and corruption, treating her as an unofficial court of last resort for grievances that no one else would address. The trust that these relationships required forced her to prove her reliability and discretion through consistent action rather than institutional credibility. Her reputation among different segments of the population revealed the complex reactions that her activities generated within communities struggling to survive under occupation. Potential victims and their families regarded her as a guardian angel, someone who offered hope that justice might still prevail despite the collapse of normal legal protections. Criminals and collaborators feared her as an unpredictable threat to their profitable arrangements, while neutral parties often felt conflicted about vigilante justice, even when they acknowledged the inadequacy of conventional alternatives. The evolution of her tactics reflected ongoing experimentation with different approaches to achieving her goals, while minimizing risks to herself and innocent bystanders. She developed expertise in psychological manipulation that allowed her to turn criminal organizations against themselves, creating internal conflicts that accomplished her objectives without requiring direct violence. The infiltration techniques that she mastered enabled her to gather intelligence and plant evidence that could expose corruption through official channels when such methods remained viable. The most successful operations often involved complex multi-stage plans that combined direct action with longer-term strategies for addressing underlying problems rather than merely treating symptoms. Eliminating a corrupt official might provide immediate relief for his victims, yet replacing him with someone equally corrupt would accomplish little in the long run. Her developing approach emphasized systemic solutions that addressed root causes while dealing with immediate threats. The psychological profile of her typical targets revealed common patterns that helped her understand the broader social dynamics that enabled such individuals to flourish. Many had begun their careers with genuine intentions to serve their communities, only to become corrupted by power, fear, or greed when faced with moral tests that revealed their character's limitations. Understanding these patterns helped her develop more effective approaches to preventing corruption before it reached the point where violent intervention became necessary. The feedback she received from communities that had benefited from her interventions provided validation that her efforts were making meaningful differences in people's lives. Parents could sleep peacefully knowing that predators who had threatened their children no longer posed a danger. Merchants could conduct business without paying extortion to criminal gangs. Families could mourn their war dead without fear that corrupt officials would seize their property while they grieved. Yet the isolation inherent in her chosen path created psychological pressures that threatened to undermine the very qualities that made her effective as a protector of justice. The constant vigilance required for survival in hostile environments, combined with repeated exposure to human cruelty, began to erode the optimism and trust that had originally motivated her mission. The risk of becoming what she fought against remained a constant concern, requiring regular self-examination and recommitment to the principles that distinguished justice from vengeance. As we reflect upon this phase of Akali's journey, we see how individual commitment to justice can create meaningful change, even when institutions fail to provide adequate protection for the innocent. The missions that defined her reputation demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of vigilante action, revealing how personal courage can compensate for systemic failures while highlighting the psychological costs of walking such a lonely path. In this exploration of one person's war against injustice, perhaps we might wonder, what responsibilities do we bear when we witness wrongdoing that no one else seems willing or able to address? Chapter 7. Confronting the Past. The most difficult battles are not fought against strangers in distant lands, but against the echoes of our former selves that call to us from the shadows of memory, questioning every choice we have made and challenging the foundations upon which we have built our new identity. Tonight, as we witness Akali's inevitable confrontation with the world she left behind, let us explore how the past refuses to remain buried, and how facing our former teachers can be both the most painful and most necessary step in claiming our authentic voice. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a moonlit clearing where two paths converge, one leading toward the familiar comfort of what was, and the other stretching into the uncertain territory of what might be. Here, in this liminal space between old loyalties and new convictions, Akali encounters the ghosts of her former life, in forms both literal and metaphorical, each meeting forcing her to defend not only her actions, but the fundamental assumptions that now guide her existence. The first reunion came unexpectedly during a rescue operation in the foothills below the monastery, where a group of displaced villagers had been cornered by Noxian raiders, seeking to capture them for forced labor. Akali had been tracking the patrol for 2 days, waiting for the optimal moment to strike, when she noticed another figure moving through the shadows with the distinctive grace that marked a practitioner of Kinkou techniques. The realization that she was not alone in the forest sent a complex mixture of emotions through her spirit: relief at the prospect of backup, anxiety about revealing her presence, and a deep longing for the camaraderie that she had lost when she chose the path of independence. The figure resolved itself into Shen himself, moving with the same patient precision that had characterized his teaching style, his every movement betraying the internal conflict between his desire to help the endangered civilians and his commitment to the principles of non-interference that governed his order. Watching her former master struggle with the same moral tensions that had driven her to rebellion created a moment of profound empathy that transcended their philosophical differences. The tactical situation required immediate coordination to prevent the villagers from being captured or killed in the crossfire of competing rescue attempts. Years of training together had created an almost telepathic understanding between them, allowing for seamless cooperation despite the ideological chasm that now separated their approaches to justice. Their combined assault proved devastatingly effective, demonstrating how their complementary skills could accomplish far more together than either could achieve alone. Yet the aftermath of their successful collaboration revealed how irreconcilable their fundamental differences had become. As they escorted the rescued villagers to safety, Shen expressed his concern about the precedent that such direct intervention might establish, warning that other Kinkou operatives might feel empowered to abandon traditional restraints in favor of immediate action. His words carried genuine worry about the stability of the order that had devoted centuries to maintaining cosmic balance through careful observation rather than direct participation. Akali's response revealed how completely her perspective had evolved beyond the parameters of institutional thinking. She spoke not of rejecting the valuable principles that Kinkou training had instilled, but of applying those principles in service of outcomes rather than processes. The balance that Master Shen sought to preserve through inaction could better be maintained, she argued, through selective intervention that prevented small injustices from growing into larger catastrophes that would ultimately require more dramatic corrections. The philosophical debate that followed their tactical cooperation carried emotional undertones that made rational discussion almost impossible. For Shen, Akali's departure represented not only a professional disagreement, but a personal failure in his role as teacher and mentor. He had invested years in her development, sharing wisdom that generations of masters had refined through careful study and practice. Her rejection of that wisdom felt like a rejection of everything he had tried to give her. For Akali, the conversation represented an opportunity to articulate the journey that had led her away from institutional loyalty toward personal conviction. She spoke of the children whose screams still haunted her dreams, of the innocent families destroyed while the monastery debated proper procedures, of the moral clarity that emerged when philosophical abstractions gave way to direct confrontation with suffering. Her words carried the passion of someone who had discovered their true calling, yet they also revealed the pain of having to defend that calling against people she still loved and respected. The reunion highlighted fundamental questions about the nature of growth and change that extended far beyond their specific disagreement about intervention strategies. Shen's commitment to traditional approaches reflected not only institutional loyalty, but also genuine concern about the unintended consequences that could follow from abandoning time-tested methods. His warnings about the dangers of acting without sufficient reflection carried weight, earned through centuries of collective experience with the complexities of moral decision-making. Yet Akali's evolution represented equally valid insights about the limitations of institutional wisdom when confronted with unprecedented challenges. The invasion had created moral emergencies that demanded responses faster than traditional deliberation processes could provide. The suffering of innocent people could not wait for philosophical consensus or procedural approval. Her transformation reflected not rebellion against wisdom but adaptation of wisdom to serve urgent needs. The emotional dynamics of their encounter reflected the broader challenges that confront any institution when individual members begin to question fundamental assumptions. Shen's mixture of disappointment and pride, frustration and admiration, revealed his recognition that Akali's growth represented both success and failure of his educational efforts. He had succeeded in creating an independent moral agent capable of sophisticated ethical reasoning. He had failed to ensure that her reasoning would support institutional goals. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of other Kinkou operatives who had been tracking the same Noxian patrol through different routes. The presence of Kennen and additional members of the Order transformed a private reunion into a complex group dynamic that highlighted the various reactions that Akali's departure had generated within the monastery community. Some regarded her as a traitor who had abandoned sacred obligations, while others admired her courage in following personal convictions despite institutional pressure. Kennen's reaction proved particularly complex, reflecting the close friendship that had developed between them during their years of training together. His loyalty to the Order remained unquestioned, yet his affection for Akali created internal conflicts that he struggled to resolve. The playful banter that had once characterized their relationship now carried undertones of sadness and regret, each joke highlighting the distance that had grown between them, despite their continued mutual respect. The group dynamic that emerged during their temporary cooperation revealed how Akali's presence affected the morale and confidence of operatives who remained within institutional structures. Her obvious competence and success as an independent agent challenged assumptions about the necessity of organizational support for effective action. The freedom and decisiveness that characterized her approach to problems contrasted sharply with the careful deliberation and procedural constraints that governed official operations. Yet the encounter also revealed the costs that her chosen path had imposed upon her own psychological well-being. The isolation and constant vigilance required for independent operations had begun to take their toll, creating defensive habits and emotional distance that affected her ability to connect with former friends and colleagues. The easy camaraderie that had once defined their relationships now required conscious effort to maintain, each interaction shadowed by awareness of their fundamental disagreements. The tactical debriefing that followed their joint operation provided a forum for examining different approaches to similar problems, while highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of each methodology. Akali's intelligence about enemy movements and local conditions proved valuable to the official operatives, while their broader perspective on regional developments helped her understand how her individual actions fitted into larger strategic patterns. The exchange of information created temporary common ground that allowed for productive collaboration despite their ideological differences. Both sides recognized that they shared fundamental goals even if they disagreed about optimal methods for achieving them. The possibility of ongoing cooperation emerged as a way to leverage their respective strengths while compensating for individual limitations. Yet the sustainability of such arrangements remained questionable given the institutional pressures that discouraged unauthorized collaboration with former members who had rejected official authority. Shen's position as leader of the order required him to maintain discipline and loyalty among his operatives, goals that could be undermined by too much flexibility in dealing with those who chose to work outside established structures. The final conversation between Akali and her former master carried the weight of years of shared experience and mutual respect, yet it also marked a definitive acknowledgement that their paths had diverged beyond any possibility of reunion. Shen's parting words reflected his genuine hope that she would find fulfillment and success in her chosen direction, while also expressing his concern about the dangers that awaited anyone who tried to fight injustice without institutional support. Akali's response revealed both gratitude for everything the order had given her and determination to continue following her own moral compass, regardless of external approval or disapproval. She acknowledged the validity of Shen's concerns, while asserting her right to make decisions based on her own understanding of justice and responsibility. The mutual respect that had always characterized their relationship remained intact, despite their irreconcilable differences about proper methodology. The psychological impact of this encounter would influence Akali's development for years to come, providing both validation for her chosen path and awareness of what she had sacrificed in pursuit of independence. The opportunity to work alongside former colleagues reminded her of the strengths that institutional cooperation could provide, while also confirming her conviction that those benefits came at too high a price in terms of moral flexibility and responsiveness to urgent needs. As we reflect upon this pivotal confrontation between past and present, we see how growth often requires us to defend our evolving identity against the expectations and assumptions of those who knew us in earlier incarnations. The reunion that might have provided comfort instead became a test of conviction, forcing Akali to articulate and defend the principles that now guided her existence. In this meeting of old loyalties and new convictions, perhaps we might wonder, how do we honor our past while remaining true to our evolving understanding of who we are meant to become? Chapter 8. Tools of the Trade. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between darkness and light, a warrior's hands move with practiced precision across the implements that define her craft, each tool singing its own silent song of purpose and possibility. Tonight, as we explore the intimate relationship between Akali and the weapons that have become extensions of her will, let us discover how steel and shadow can embody philosophy as surely as any written text, and how the art of creation can transform both maker and wielder in ways that no teacher could ever predict. Picture yourself in the depths of her mountain forge, where the glow of burning charcoal creates dancing shadows on stone walls, and the rhythmic sound of hammer on metal echoes like a heartbeat through the cavern. Here, surrounded by the raw materials of her trade, and the half-finished experiments that mark her journey toward mastery, Akali works with the focused intensity of someone who understands that her survival depends upon the quality of her craftsmanship. The sparks that fly from her anvil carry more than heat. They carry the essence of transformation itself, metal becoming more than metal, tool becoming more than tool. The kunai that emerged from those early experimental sessions represented more than mere weapons. They embodied a fundamental shift in how she understood the relationship between philosophy and practice. Traditional Ionian blades had been designed to channel the flowing energy of their wielders, creating extensions of natural movement that emphasized harmony between warrior and weapon. Her kunai rejected this aesthetic in favor of pure functionality, their angular geometry and weighted balance optimized for precision targeting rather than graceful flourishes. Each kunai required hours of careful work to achieve the exact specifications that her evolving combat style demanded. The blade itself needed to be sharp enough to penetrate armor yet sturdy enough to withstand impact against hard surfaces. The handle required perfect balance to ensure accurate throwing, while providing secure grip for close-quarters combat. The overall weight distribution had to account for both the physics of projectile motion and the ergonomics of rapid deployment from concealed positions. The metallurgy involved in their creation drew upon knowledge that no Kinkou training had ever provided, forcing her to learn entirely new skills through experimentation and occasional failure. The mountain region offered deposits of various ores that could be combined to create alloys with different properties, each mixture requiring careful temperature control and timing to achieve optimal results. The process of discovery proved as educational as any formal classroom instruction, teaching lessons about patience, precision, and the importance of learning from mistakes. The spiritual dimension of weapon crafting revealed itself gradually as she spent more time working with metal and fire. The traditional Ionian understanding of smithcraft emphasized the mystical connection between artisan and creation, the way that the maker's intentions became embedded in the physical structure of their work. Akali found herself unconsciously incorporating these concepts into her own practice, discovering that weapons forged with clear purpose and focused intent performed better than those created through mere technical competence. The kama that became her signature close combat weapons required even more innovation, representing a radical departure from traditional sickle designs while maintaining the essential characteristics that made such tools effective. The curved blades needed to be sharp enough for cutting while strong enough to serve as climbing implements and defensive tools. The handles required modification to accommodate the complex grip changes that her combat style demanded, with textured surfaces that provided secure purchase even when wet with rain or blood. The development of her kama reflected deeper understanding about the versatility that independent operators required from their equipment. Unlike institutional warriors who could rely on support staff and specialized tools for different situations, she needed weapons that could adapt to unpredictable circumstances while maintaining their primary effectiveness. The kama that emerged from her experiments could function as farming tools to maintain her cover identity, climbing equipment for accessing difficult terrain, defensive implements for blocking attacks, and offensive weapons for close-quarters combat. The integration of stealth technology into her weapon designs represented perhaps her most significant innovation, combining traditional Ionian shadow techniques with practical modifications that enhanced their effectiveness. The metal itself was treated with compounds that reduced reflection and eliminated the telltale sounds that usually accompanied weapons movement. The surfaces were etched with patterns that broke up their outline when viewed from a distance, making them harder to spot even when not completely concealed. Her experiments with poison applications walked a careful line between effectiveness and ethics, requiring decisions about how far she was willing to go in pursuit of tactical advantage. The mountain regions provided access to various plant and mineral toxins that could enhance weapon effectiveness, yet using such substances raised questions about proportionality and collateral damage that her Kinkou training had never addressed. The solutions she developed emphasized incapacitation rather than lethality, allowing for precise control over the level of force applied in different situations. The magic that gradually infused her weapons represented the most mysterious aspect of their development, emerging through processes that she never fully understood despite their obvious effectiveness. The shadow techniques that had been part of advanced Kinkou training seemed to respond to her emotional state and tactical needs, creating effects that went beyond mere physical properties. Her kunai could disappear into darkness and reappear in her hands, while her kama could cut through materials that should have been beyond their capabilities. The relationship between her weapons and her evolving combat philosophy became increasingly symbiotic as she spent more time working with them in actual operational conditions. The tools shaped her tactical thinking by revealing new possibilities and limitations, while her strategic needs drove further innovations in their design and application. The feedback loop between creation and use created a continuous process of refinement that improved both her equipment and her technique. The psychological aspects of weapon mastery proved as important as their physical characteristics, requiring development of intuitive understanding that went beyond conscious analysis. She learned to sense the optimal moment for deployment, the precise angle and force required for maximum effectiveness, the subtle environmental factors that could affect performance. This knowledge came not through study but through repetition, each use teaching lessons that could only be learned through direct experience. The maintenance requirements of her custom weapons demanded skills that traditional warriors rarely needed to develop, forcing her to become expert in metallurgy, chemistry, and precision engineering. Each kunai and kama required regular attention to maintain peak performance, with blade sharpening, balance adjustment, and surface treatment representing ongoing responsibilities that could not be delegated to support staff. The time invested in such maintenance proved worthwhile through the reliability and effectiveness that proper care provided. The symbolic significance of her weapons extended beyond their practical applications, representing her transformation from institutional dependent to self-reliant innovator. The traditional tools that she had inherited from the Kinkou order reflected their philosophy and limitations, while the weapons she created embodied her own understanding of what was necessary to protect the innocent in an increasingly dangerous world. The act of creation itself became a form of rebellion against the constraints that had previously defined her identity. The tactical applications that emerged from her weapon innovations influenced her entire approach to conflict resolution, enabling strategies that would have been impossible with conventional equipment. The ability to strike from concealment and disappear before retaliation could be organized gave her psychological advantages that often proved more valuable than mere physical effectiveness. The fear and uncertainty that her reputation created among potential opponents frequently accomplished her objectives without requiring direct confrontation. The training regimen that she developed to master her custom weapons reflected the same innovative thinking that had characterized their creation. Traditional forms and exercises proved inadequate for equipment that functioned so differently from conventional designs, requiring development of entirely new practice routines that addressed their unique characteristics and capabilities. The process of creating these training methods taught her as much about her weapon's potential as the original design work had accomplished. The environmental considerations that influenced her weapon design reflected growing awareness of the diverse conditions under which she might need to operate. Mountain terrain required different capabilities than urban environments, while seasonal weather changes demanded adaptability that conventional weapons rarely provided. The solutions she developed emphasized modular design principles that allowed for rapid configuration changes based on situational requirements. The legacy of her weapon innovations would eventually extend far beyond her personal use, as other independent operators and resistance fighters began to adopt similar approaches to equipment design and tactical thinking. The principles that guided her work, functionality over aesthetics, adaptability over specialization, Innovation over tradition would influence martial development throughout Ionia for generations to come. The deepest satisfaction that emerged from her relationship with these tools came not from their effectiveness in combat, but from the sense of authentic self-expression that their creation and use provided. Unlike the inherited weapons that connected her to institutional identity, these implements reflected her own choices, priorities, and understanding of what was necessary to fulfill her mission. They represented physical manifestations of her philosophical evolution, steel and shadow given form to serve justice as she understood it. As we reflect upon this intimate exploration of Akali's relationship with her tools, we see how the act of creation can become a form of self-discovery, and how the implements we choose to wield inevitably shape not only our capabilities, but our understanding of who we are meant to become. The forge that transformed raw metal into precision instruments also transformed their maker, revealing that true mastery comes not from using what others have made, but from creating what our own vision demands. In this synthesis of craft and calling, perhaps we might wonder, what tools would we create if we trusted our own understanding of what the world truly needs? Chapter 9. The Price of Independence. Freedom is perhaps the most expensive gift we can give ourselves, its true cost revealed not in the moment of breaking chains, but in the long nights that follow, when the weight of every decision rests solely upon our shoulders, and the echoes of our choices reverberate through chambers of solitude that no amount of righteous conviction can fully illuminate. Tonight, as we explore the hidden burdens that Akali carries in her quest for justice, let us discover how the very independence that enables her greatest triumphs also threatens to consume the humanity that makes those triumphs meaningful. Picture yourself in the pre-dawn hours of a mountain refuge, where the dying embers of a small fire cast wavering shadows on stone walls that have witnessed countless nights of sleepless vigil. Here, in the silence that follows another successful mission, Akali sits motionless as a statue, her weapons cleaned and stored, her equipment maintained and ready, yet her spirit wrestling with demons that no blade can banish, and no amount of training can fully prepare her to face. The liberation she sought by leaving institutional constraints has revealed itself to be a more complex and demanding master than any human authority could ever be. The isolation inherent in her chosen path had begun to manifest in ways that she had never anticipated during those early days of rebellion against Kinkou restrictions. The monastery life that she had found so constraining now seemed in retrospect to have provided a form of emotional insulation that protected its inhabitants from the full psychological impact of the world's suffering. The constant presence of fellow students and understanding masters had created a buffer against despair, a community of shared purpose that could distribute the burden of witnessing human cruelty across many shoulders. Working alone meant absorbing that entire burden without relief or support, accumulating trauma with each mission while having no one with whom to share the emotional weight of repeated exposure to humanity's darkest impulses. The criminals and collaborators that she hunted revealed levels of depravity that challenged her fundamental assumptions about human nature, forcing her to confront questions about evil and redemption that her philosophical training had addressed only in abstract terms. The first major mistake of her independent career came during what should have been a routine operation to eliminate a Noxian officer who had been systematically torturing captured resistance fighters. The intelligence she had gathered indicated that he operated alone from a remote outpost, making him an ideal target for the kind of precise intervention that had become her specialty. The mission proceeded flawlessly until the moment of execution, when she discovered that the officer's quarters also contained a young boy, his son, visiting from the occupied territories. The child's presence transformed what should have been a clear-cut case of justice into a complex moral dilemma that her Kinkou training had never prepared her to navigate. Eliminating the officer while his son watched would traumatize an innocent child, while demonstrating exactly the kind of callous disregard for collateral damage that she opposed in her enemies. Allowing the officer to live meant that his future victims would suffer while she wrestled with philosophical niceties about protecting the guilty to shield the innocent. The solution she chose in that moment. incapacitating the officer and creating evidence that would lead to his arrest by his own superiors, satisfied neither her tactical objectives nor her moral requirements. The delay allowed him to destroy evidence of his crimes while covering his tracks more effectively. The arrested man, who eventually faced Noxian military justice, received a reprimand and transfer rather than the death sentence that his atrocities deserved. Worst of all, his removal from that particular post simply cleared the way for a replacement who proved even more sadistic in his treatment of prisoners. The psychological aftermath of this failure consumed weeks of sleepless nights as she analyzed every decision point that had led to the unsatisfactory outcome. The institutional support that she had rejected began to seem more valuable as she recognized how group consultation might have identified alternative approaches that could have achieved better results. The safety net that peer review and superior oversight provided appeared less like constraint and more like protection against the kind of critical errors that individual judgment inevitably produced. The pattern of unintended consequences that emerged from this incident would haunt many of her subsequent operations, creating a growing awareness that good intentions and superior skills could not guarantee positive outcomes in complex situations involving multiple stakeholders with competing interests. The elimination of one corrupt official might simply create a power vacuum that allowed someone worse to take his place. The rescue of kidnapped civilians might inadvertently reveal the location of resistance safe houses to enemy forces. The disruption of criminal operations might scatter their members into new areas where they could establish fresh networks of exploitation. Each failure taught valuable lessons that improved her tactical thinking and strategic planning, yet the cumulative effect of witnessing her own limitations gradually eroded the confidence that had sustained her through the initial phases of independence. The moral clarity that had driven her to break with the Kinkou order began to seem naive as she encountered situations where all available choices carried significant negative consequences, and where the least harmful option often felt like a betrayal of the principles that had motivated her. Rebellion. The physical toll of constant vigilance and irregular living conditions began to manifest in ways that threatened her operational effectiveness. The chronic stress of operating without backup or institutional support created persistent health problems that she had no safe way to address. Injuries that should have received professional medical attention instead had to be treated through improvised field medicine that left permanent damage. The irregular sleep schedule and poor nutrition that came with life as a fugitive gradually weakened her immune system and reduced her physical reserves. The financial challenges of maintaining an independent operation proved surprisingly complex, requiring skills in resource management and economic planning that her privileged upbringing had never developed. The monastery had provided all necessities without requiring its inhabitants to consider their cost or source. Independent operation demanded attention to mundane details like food procurement, equipment replacement, and safe house maintenance that consumed time and energy that could have been devoted to more meaningful activities. The development of reliable income streams without compromising operational security created additional complications that forced her into uncomfortable moral territory. The most readily available sources of funding often involved activities that conflicted with her ethical standards, such as stealing from criminals whose assets had been obtained through exploitation of innocents. The alternative of accepting payment for her services from grateful communities created problematic dependencies that could compromise her judgment about which operations to undertake. The emotional isolation that accompanied her chosen lifestyle proved more corrosive than any physical hardship or tactical challenge. The inability to form meaningful relationships with people who could not understand or share her experiences created a growing sense of disconnection from normal human society. The cover identities that operational security required prevented authentic interaction with civilian populations, while her reputation among criminal elements made genuine friendship impossible within those circles. The psychological defense mechanisms that developed to protect her sanity during repeated exposure to trauma gradually began to interfere with her ability to experience normal human emotions. The emotional numbness that allowed her to function effectively in crisis situations started to extend into all aspects of her life, creating barriers to joy, love, and hope that persisted even during rare moments of safety and relaxation. The empathy that had originally motivated her mission began to feel more like a weakness that enemies could exploit than a strength that gave her purpose. The moral complexity of her work created internal conflicts that no amount of philosophical training could resolve definitively. Each successful operation generated new questions about the ethics of vigilante justice and the proper limits of individual authority in addressing social problems. The satisfaction of protecting innocence was consistently undermined by awareness that her methods might be creating precedents that could justify less noble actions by people with different motivations. The haunting question of proportionality became a constant companion as she struggled to determine appropriate responses to different levels of wrongdoing. The same tactical approach that was justified when dealing with mass murderers seemed excessive when applied to minor corruption or opportunistic crime. Yet the development of graduated response protocols required making judgments about the relative value of human life and dignity that felt uncomfortably close to the arbitrary exercise of power that she opposed in her enemies. The responsibility for life and death decisions without institutional oversight or peer consultation created psychological pressures that threatened to overwhelm her capacity for rational judgment. The knowledge that her choices directly determined who lived and who died, who suffered and who found relief, gradually transformed from a source of motivation into a burden that made every decision feel impossibly weighty. The freedom to act according to her own moral compass revealed itself to be freedom to make mistakes that could not be undone or shared with others. The evolution of her reputation among various communities created expectations that she struggled to fulfill while maintaining her own psychological health. Victims and their families began to regard her as a savior figure capable of solving problems that exceeded her actual abilities, while enemies started treating her as a mythical threat whose capabilities grew with each retelling of her exploits. The gap between these perceptions and her own understanding of her limitations created additional stress that complicated her operational planning. The long-term sustainability of her chosen path began to seem questionable as the accumulated costs of independence mounted without corresponding increases in support or resources. The idealism that had motivated her initial break with institutional authority proved insufficient to sustain the grinding daily reality of life as a professional vigilante. The romantic notion of the lone warrior fighting injustice gave way to a more sobering understanding of how isolation could gradually erode the very humanity that made justice worth pursuing. As we reflect upon these hidden costs of Akali's independence, we see how the freedom to act according to one's conscience can become its own form of imprisonment when exercised without the support and guidance that community provides. The strength required to stand alone against injustice proved to be different from the strength needed to maintain hope and humanity while walking such a solitary path. In this exploration of freedom's darker shadows, perhaps we might wonder, what price are we willing to pay for the right to follow our own moral compass? And how do we ensure that the cost does not ultimately defeat the purpose? Chapter 10. Allies in Unlikely Places. Sometimes salvation arrives, not through the grand gestures of institutions or the formal alliances of politics, but through the unexpected kindness of strangers who recognize a shared hunger for justice that transcends all boundaries of nationality, profession, or past allegiance. Tonight, as we witness how Akali's lonely path begins to intersect with other souls who have chosen their own forms of rebellion, let us discover how the bonds forged in struggle can prove stronger than those created through convenience, and how hope can bloom in the most unlikely gardens. Picture yourself in the bustling marketplace of a border town where refugees, merchants, soldiers, and smugglers create a tapestry of desperation and opportunity that shifts with each passing hour. Here, amidst the chaos of displaced populations and the constant tension between occupying forces and local resistance, chance encounters can reshape destinies, and casual conversations can evolve into partnerships that change the course of individual wars. It was in such a place that Akali first encountered others who, like herself, had chosen to step outside conventional structures in pursuit of goals that institutions had proven incapable of achieving. The initial meeting came through necessity rather than design, when a mission to extract a captured resistance leader from a Noxian detention facility revealed that she was not the only one with such objectives. As she surveyed the heavily fortified compound from a concealed position, movement in the shadows alerted her to the presence of another infiltrator whose techniques suggested training that rivaled her own. The discovery that someone else was attempting the same rescue operation forced an immediate decision about whether to coordinate efforts or risk mutual interference that could doom both attempts. The figure that emerged from the darkness carried herself with the confident grace of someone accustomed to working alone, yet her willingness to reveal her position suggested recognition that cooperation might serve both their interests better than competition. The woman introduced herself simply as a friend of those who fought for Ionian freedom, offering no details about institutional affiliation or personal background that might complicate their temporary partnership. Her equipment and techniques revealed influences from multiple martial traditions, suggesting a journey of adaptation and innovation that paralleled Akali's own development. The coordination that developed during their joint operation demonstrated how shared objectives could bridge philosophical differences and create trust despite the absence of formal agreements or institutional endorsements. Their combined approach to the detention facility proved more effective than either could have achieved alone, with complementary skills allowing for simultaneous diversionary tactics and primary infiltration that overwhelmed the guards' ability to respond effectively. The successful extraction of their target validated the potential of informal cooperation between independent operators. The conversation that followed their successful mission revealed the existence of an entire network of individuals who had chosen to operate outside traditional resistance structures while maintaining shared commitments to protecting innocents from the depredations of war and occupation. These people came from diverse backgrounds: former soldiers who had deserted rather than participate in atrocities, scholars who had abandoned academic pursuits to take direct action, civilians who had lost everything to enemy brutality and chosen revenge over resignation. What united them was not ideology or institutional loyalty, but a practical recognition that conventional approaches to resistance had proven inadequate to address the scale and nature of the crisis that confronted their homeland. They shared information about enemy movements and vulnerable populations, coordinated operations to avoid conflicts that might compromise each other's missions, and provided mutual support when circumstances required resources beyond what individual operators could marshal alone. The informal nature of these relationships reflected hard-earned wisdom about the vulnerabilities that formal organizations created in environments where betrayal and infiltration posed constant threats. No written records documented their cooperation. No hierarchy determined their relative authority. No central leadership made decisions that could compromise operational security if captured or corrupted. Their effectiveness came through voluntary coordination based on mutual respect and shared objectives rather than obedience to external authority. Akali's integration into this loose network required proving herself through actions rather than credentials, demonstrating reliability and competence through successful operations rather than institutional endorsements or personal recommendations. The trust that gradually developed reflected genuine appreciation for her capabilities and commitment, rather than acceptance based on formal qualifications or social connections. The evaluation process proved more demanding than any examination she had faced in the monastery, yet also more meaningful, because it was based on real-world performance rather than theoretical knowledge. The diversity of approaches represented within the network provided educational opportunities that no single institution could have offered, exposing her to tactical innovations and strategic insights that emerged from practitioners with radically different backgrounds and training. A former Noxian deserter taught her methods for exploiting weaknesses in imperial military doctrine that Ionian-trained fighters would never have recognized. A displaced merchant shared knowledge about smuggling routes and black market resources that enabled operations far from friendly territory. The psychological benefits of discovering that she was not alone in her approach to justice proved as valuable as the tactical advantages that cooperation provided. The isolation that had gradually eroded her confidence and sense of purpose began to lift as she realized that others had reached similar conclusions about the inadequacy of institutional responses to moral emergencies. The validation that came from working alongside people who shared her commitment to direct action restored faith in her own judgment that months of solitary operation had undermined. The operational security challenges that informal cooperation created required developing new skills in communication and coordination that her formal training had never addressed. The absence of established protocols for information sharing and mission planning demanded improvisation and trust building that tested her ability to work effectively with people whose methods and motivations she understood only partially. The risk that any cooperation created, that one person's capture or corruption could compromise others, required constant vigilance and compartmentalization of sensitive information. The moral complexity of working with people whose backgrounds included questionable past choices forced her to develop more nuanced understanding of redemption and moral growth. Some of her new allies had participated in actions during the early phases of the war that they now regretted, while others had made compromises with corrupt systems before choosing to rebel against them. The recognition that good people could emerge from flawed pasts, and that moral courage could develop even in those who had previously shown moral weakness, expanded her understanding of human potential for change. The resources that network cooperation made available transformed her operational capabilities in ways that had seemed impossible during her period of complete independence. Access to safe houses in multiple regions allowed for more ambitious missions that required extended travel and preparation. Intelligence sharing provided information about enemy activities and vulnerable populations that no individual operator could have gathered alone. The possibility of calling for backup during dangerous operations reduced the level of risk that characterized her solitary missions. The success of collaborative operations demonstrated that independent operators could achieve strategic objectives that rivaled or exceeded the accomplishments of formal resistance organizations, while maintaining the flexibility and responsiveness that institutional structures often inhibited. The destruction of a major Noxian supply depot through coordinated action by 3 separate teams proved that informal cooperation could generate effective force projection without the bureaucratic delays that characterized official military planning. The evolution of personal relationships within the network revealed how professional cooperation could develop into genuine friendship and mutual support that extended beyond operational necessities. The shared experiences of danger, moral challenge, and occasional triumph created bonds that transcended the practical advantages of coordination. The opportunity to discuss tactical innovations and philosophical questions with people who faced similar challenges provided intellectual stimulation that had been absent during her period of complete isolation. The mentorship opportunities that emerged as newer independent operators joined the network allowed Akali to share the lessons she had learned through painful experience while continuing to learn from others whose different backgrounds provided fresh perspectives on common problems. The teaching role that gradually developed gave her a sense of contribution to something larger than her individual mission, while maintaining the autonomy that formal institutional membership would have compromised. The regional stability that the network's activities began to create demonstrated how grassroots cooperation could address problems that both occupying forces and formal resistance structures had failed to resolve effectively. Areas where network members operated experienced reduced criminal activity, more effective protection for vulnerable populations, and improved coordination between different resistance groups that had previously worked at cross purposes. The reputation that the network developed among both enemy forces and civilian populations reflected the effectiveness of their approach, while creating new challenges related to managing expectations and maintaining operational security. The psychological impact of knowing that independent operators were active in a region often proved as valuable as their direct actions, creating hope among oppressed populations while generating anxiety among those who profited from chaos and exploitation. The long-term vision that began to emerge from network discussions suggested possibilities for post-war reconstruction that went beyond simple restoration of pre-invasion conditions. The cooperation and innovation that crisis had fostered pointed toward new forms of social organization that could be more responsive to individual needs while maintaining collective effectiveness. The leadership qualities that had developed among network members through necessity suggested human resources for building better institutions than those that had proven inadequate to prevent or address the current crisis. As we reflect upon this phase of Akali's journey, we see how isolation need not be the inevitable price of independence, and how shared values can create cooperation that transcends institutional boundaries. The network that formed around her demonstrated that effectiveness and autonomy could coexist when people chose to work together voluntarily rather than through compulsion or formal obligation. In this exploration of how unlikely allies can become trusted friends, perhaps we might wonder what partnerships might emerge if we looked beyond conventional boundaries to find others who share our deepest commitments to justice and human dignity. Chapter 11. Legacy of Change. The most profound revolutions begin not with grand proclamations or organized armies, but with single acts of conscience that ripple outward through the collective consciousness like stones cast into still water, each wave inspiring others to question assumptions they had never thought to challenge. Tonight, as we explore how Akali's individual rebellion sparked a transformation that would reshape Ionian society for generations, let us witness how one person's courage to break from tradition can become the catalyst for widespread awakening and the foundation upon which new forms of justice can be built. Picture yourself standing on a hillside overlooking the rebuilt villages of post-war Ionia, where the cherry blossoms bloom once again over communities that have learned to blend ancient wisdom with hard-won innovation. Here, in the peaceful valleys where children play games that incorporate lessons their parents learned from a rogue assassin's example, the legacy of individual courage has become woven into the fabric of daily life. The changes that Akali's choices set in motion extend far beyond the immediate results of her missions, touching lives and shaping institutions in ways that even she could never have anticipated. The first signs of her broader influence appeared among the younger generation of resistance fighters who had witnessed her effectiveness during the occupation years. These individuals, many of whom had lost faith in traditional authorities after watching established institutions fail to protect their communities, began to adopt modified versions of her approach to justice and conflict resolution. They studied her tactical innovations, attempted to replicate her equipment designs, and most importantly, embraced her philosophy of personal responsibility over institutional obedience. The informal training networks that developed around these early adopters created new forms of martial education that challenged centuries of established doctrine about proper warrior development. Where traditional schools emphasized gradual progression through predetermined ranks and forms, these new practitioners focused on adaptability and innovation that could address contemporary challenges. The techniques that emerged from their experiments combined elements from multiple traditions while prioritizing practical effectiveness over adherence to historical precedent. The social changes that accompanied this tactical evolution proved even more significant than the military innovations themselves. Young people who had grown up during the occupation possessed different assumptions about authority and legitimacy than their parents' generation. They had seen traditional leaders fail to protect them when protection was needed most, while also witnessing how individual courage and initiative could achieve results that established institutions had deemed impossible. This generational shift in attitudes toward hierarchy and tradition created tensions within families and communities that reflected broader questions about the proper relationship between individual conscience and collective authority. Parents who had devoted their lives to mastering traditional approaches found their children questioning not only specific techniques, but the fundamental assumptions underlying entire philosophical systems. The respectful deference that had characterized intergenerational relationships for centuries gave way to more dynamic interactions based on demonstrated competence rather than inherited status. The monasteries and formal training institutions that had survived the war faced unprecedented challenges as potential students increasingly sought alternatives that promised more immediate relevance to contemporary problems. The Kinkou order, despite its prestigious history and accumulated wisdom, found itself struggling to attract candidates who viewed its commitment to non-interference as a luxury that war-torn communities could not afford. Other traditional schools experienced similar difficulties as practical considerations overwhelmed theoretical attractions. The institutional response to these challenges varied considerably, with some organizations attempting to adapt their teachings to address contemporary concerns, while others doubled down on historical precedent as the only reliable foundation for long-term stability. The debates that emerged within and between different schools reflected broader societal tensions about the proper balance between innovation and tradition, change and continuity, individual freedom and collective responsibility. With Aster Shen's reaction to the growing influence of Akali's example demonstrated the complex emotions that institutional leaders experienced when confronting challenges to their authority that came not from external enemies, but from the logical extension of their own teachings. The independence and moral courage that Kinkou training had instilled in her had led to conclusions that threatened the order's fundamental approach to justice. His pride in her development competed with concern about the implications of her choices for institutional stability and effectiveness. The modifications that eventually emerged within the Kinkou order itself reflected grudging recognition that complete inflexibility would lead to irrelevance in a world that had been permanently changed by war and occupation. New training modules began to address situations that traditional non-interference doctrine could not adequately handle, while senior masters engaged in unprecedented discussions about the proper limits of institutional restraint when confronted with systematic injustice. These institutional adaptations proceeded slowly and carefully, constrained by genuine concerns about maintaining the philosophical coherence that had sustained the order through previous periods of social upheaval. The leaders who guided these changes understood that too rapid a transformation could destroy the essential characteristics that made their teachings valuable, while also recognizing that too little adaptation could render those teachings obsolete. The broader political implications of Akali's influence became apparent as Ionia began the process of reconstruction following the eventual Noxian withdrawal. The communities that had experienced protection from independent operators during the occupation possessed different attitudes toward governance and authority than areas that had relied solely on traditional resistance structures. These populations showed greater willingness to question official policies and demand accountability from their leaders, having learned that individual initiative could sometimes achieve better results than institutional action. The new forms of community organization that emerged in these areas reflected lessons learned about the value of distributed responsibility and voluntary cooperation. Local defense militias incorporated training methods derived from independent operator techniques, while civilian governance structures emphasized transparency and responsiveness that made corruption and abuse of power more difficult to sustain. The combination of traditional Ionian values with innovation born from necessity created models of social organization that attracted attention throughout the region. The economic changes that accompanied these social innovations proved equally significant, as communities that had learned to function independently during the occupation developed greater self-reliance and entrepreneurial initiative than areas that had maintained more traditional economic structures. The resource management skills that war had forced them to develop translated into improved agricultural productivity, innovative crafts production, and trading relationships that strengthened their position in regional markets. The cultural renaissance that emerged from this period of social transformation created new forms of artistic expression that reflected the blend of tradition and innovation that characterized post-war Ionian society. Songs and stories celebrating individual courage and moral initiative joined the classical repertoire, while visual arts incorporated symbols and themes that honored both ancient wisdom and contemporary heroism. The festivals and ceremonies that marked community celebrations began to include elements that recognized the contributions of independent defenders alongside traditional champions. The influence of Akali's example extended beyond Ionia's borders as stories of her effectiveness reached other regions struggling with similar challenges. Resistance movements in territories still under occupation began to experiment with her tactical approaches, while scholars and philosophers in distant lands engaged in debates about the implications of her success for traditional theories of justice and social organization. The ideas that her actions had validated spread through informal networks of communication that transcended political boundaries. The international reputation that gradually developed around the concept of the Ionian model of resistance and reconstruction reflected growing recognition that small nations could maintain their independence and cultural identity through innovation and determination, rather than merely through the protection of larger powers. The example of how individual courage could multiply into collective transformation provided hope for communities facing their own struggles against oppression and corruption. The educational reforms that began to appear throughout Ionia reflected changing attitudes toward the proper balance between theoretical knowledge and practical application in preparing young people for adult responsibilities. New curricula incorporated lessons about individual moral responsibility, critical thinking about authority claims, and practical skills for community defense and resource management. The goal shifted from producing obedient followers of established tradition to creating capable citizens who could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining core values. The legal and judicial changes that accompanied these broader social transformations addressed long-standing problems with corruption and inefficiency that had made traditional justice systems vulnerable to manipulation by powerful interests. New procedures emphasized transparency and community participation in judicial processes, while legal reforms recognized forms of legitimate authority and intervention that traditional codes had not adequately addressed. The philosophical discussions that emerged from efforts to understand and integrate the lessons of Akali's success created new schools of thought that attempted to synthesize individual freedom with collective responsibility, innovation with tradition, and practical effectiveness with ethical integrity. These intellectual developments influenced not only academic discourse, but also practical approaches to governance, education, and conflict resolution that shaped policy decisions throughout the region. The personal satisfaction that Akali derived from witnessing these broader changes provided validation for the sacrifices that her chosen path had required, while also creating new responsibilities related to managing her influence and reputation. The knowledge that her example had inspired others to question authority and take personal responsibility for protecting justice created both pride and concern about the potential for misuse of ideas that she had developed for specific purposes. The mentorship opportunities that increasingly came her way allowed her to share hard-won wisdom with younger practitioners, while continuing to learn from their fresh perspectives and innovative approaches to common problems. The teaching role that gradually developed provided a sense of contribution to something larger than her individual mission, while maintaining the independence that remained essential to her identity and effectiveness. As we reflect upon this exploration of how individual courage can become collective transformation, we see that the most lasting changes often begin with someone willing to trust their own conscience more than conventional wisdom. The legacy that Akali created through her choices extends far beyond the immediate results of her missions, touching the lives of people who never met her, while shaping institutions that will influence generations yet to come. In this testament to the power of principled rebellion, perhaps we might wonder, what changes might we inspire if we trusted our own understanding of justice enough to act upon it, regardless of whether established authorities approve of our methods? Chapter 12. The Balance Between Order and Justice. In the deepest hours of night, when the world settles into the profound quiet that comes before dawn, the most difficult questions reveal themselves not as problems to be solved, but as tensions to be navigated, eternal dialogues between competing truths that shape every soul's journey toward understanding. Tonight, as we reach the culmination of Akali's transformation from dutiful student to independent guardian, let us explore how the balance she discovered between order and justice offers wisdom, not only for warriors, but for anyone who struggles to honor both stability and conscience, in a world that often demands we choose between them. Picture yourself standing once more in the gardens of the Kinkou monastery, where the carefully arranged stones and flowing water continue their ancient dance of harmony and change. Here, where Akali's journey toward independence began with questions about the proper response to injustice. The lessons of her path circle back to illuminate truths that transcend any single tradition or approach to moral action. The cherry blossoms that drift on evening breezes carry the scent of both continuity and renewal, reminding us that the deepest wisdom often lies not in rejecting what came before, but in understanding how eternal principles can be applied to ever-changing circumstances. The years that followed Akali's departure from institutional life had taught her that the choice between order and justice represented a false dichotomy, a simplification that prevented recognition of more nuanced approaches to maintaining both stability and righteousness. Her experiences as an independent operator revealed that true balance required neither the rigid adherence to procedure that institutional thinking often demanded, nor the complete abandonment of structure that pure individualism might suggest. Instead, it demanded a dynamic equilibrium that could adapt to circumstances while maintaining fidelity to core principles. The evolution of her understanding reflected hard-won insights about the relationship between means and ends that no classroom instruction could have provided. Her early missions had focused primarily on achieving immediate results for specific victims, yet the unintended consequences that sometimes followed taught her to consider broader implications of her actions. Criminal whose elimination cleared the way for someone worse, the corrupt official whose exposure led to systemic retaliation against innocents. These experiences revealed how tactical success could become strategic failure without careful consideration of context and consequence. The network of allies that had gradually formed around her mission provided opportunities to observe how different approaches to justice could complement rather than compete with each other. Some situations required the precise intervention that her skills made possible, while others benefited from the patient investigation and gradual reform that institutional resources could provide. The most effective responses often combined elements from multiple approaches, leveraging the strengths of different methodologies while compensating for their individual limitations. Her relationship with the Kinkou order had evolved from rebellion through estrangement to a form of respectful cooperation that honored both her independence and their institutional wisdom. The emergency situations that occasionally brought them together revealed how shared values could bridge philosophical differences when faced with threats that transcended ideological boundaries. Master Shen's grudging respect for her effectiveness paralleled her growing appreciation for the stability and continuity that institutional structures provided to society as a whole. The philosophical framework that emerged from these experiences reflected synthesis rather than rejection of her original training. The Kinkou emphasis on balance remained central to her thinking, yet her understanding of what balance required had expanded beyond passive observation to include active intervention when circumstances demanded decisive action. The cosmic harmony that her teachers had taught her to preserve through restraint could sometimes be better maintained through carefully calibrated force applied at critical moments. The practical applications of this evolved philosophy demonstrated how individual conscience and institutional authority could reinforce rather than undermine each other when properly understood. Her independent operations often provided intelligence and tactical capabilities that formal organizations lacked, while institutional resources offered strategic perspective and logistical support that individual operators could not match. The cooperation that developed between her network and established resistance groups proved more effective than either could have achieved alone. The moral complexity that characterized most real-world situations required approaches that could navigate between absolute principles and pragmatic necessities without losing sight of either. The rigid adherence to non-interference that had frustrated her during her monastery years proved as inadequate as the unlimited license for action that pure vigilantism might claim. True justice required discriminating judgment that could distinguish between situations requiring intervention and those best left to natural processes of change and adaptation. The psychological insights that emerged from years of independent operation revealed how personal growth and institutional reform could proceed simultaneously, each informing and strengthening the other. Her development as an autonomous moral agent had been possible only because of the foundation that Kinkou training had provided, while her innovations and discoveries enriched the tradition that had shaped her. The relationship between individual conscience and collective wisdom proved symbiotic rather than antagonistic when approached with sufficient nuance and humility. The leadership responsibilities that gradually accumulated around her reputation required developing new skills in coordination and inspiration that complemented her tactical expertise. The young people who sought her guidance needed more than technical training in combat and stealth. They required philosophical frameworks that could sustain them through the moral challenges that independent operation inevitably created. Her teaching emphasized both the capabilities and constraints that came with choosing personal responsibility over institutional protection. The social changes that her example had inspired throughout Ionia demonstrated how individual transformation could catalyze broader cultural evolution without destroying valuable traditions or creating dangerous instability. The communities that had adopted modified versions of her approach showed greater resilience and self-reliance while maintaining their essential character and values. The balance between innovation and continuity that these societies achieved suggested models for change that other regions might adapt to their own circumstances. The international recognition that gradually developed around her story reflected growing awareness that the challenges she had faced were not unique to Ionia or to the specific circumstances of wartime occupation. Societies throughout Runeterra struggled with similar tensions between institutional authority and individual conscience, tradition and innovation, stability and justice. The solutions that had emerged from her journey offered insights that transcended cultural and political boundaries. The ongoing nature of her mission reflected recognition that the balance between order and justice required constant attention and adjustment, rather than one-time resolution. New forms of corruption and exploitation would always emerge to challenge established protections, while changing circumstances would demand fresh approaches to familiar problems. The vigilance that justice required extended beyond tactical readiness to include philosophical flexibility and willingness to question one's own assumptions. The wisdom that years of experience had taught her emphasized humility about the limitations of any single approach to complex social problems, combined with determination to continue acting according to conscience, despite those limitations. The perfect solution that would satisfy all stakeholders and eliminate all negative consequences remained elusive, yet the absence of perfect solutions could not justify abandoning efforts to address genuine injustices. The choice between flawed action and passive observation favored engagement, provided it was undertaken with awareness of consequences and commitment to learning from mistakes. The legacy that she was building through her choices and actions would extend far beyond her individual lifespan, influencing institutions and inspiring individuals for generations to come. The balance that she had discovered between order and justice offered a model for others who struggled with similar tensions in their own lives and communities. Her story demonstrated that rebellion against authority could serve rather than undermine the deeper purposes that authority claimed to serve, when that rebellion was guided by genuine commitment to justice and informed by wisdom about the complexity of social change. The night wind that stirred the monastery gardens carried the voices of countless generations who had grappled with the same fundamental questions about duty, conscience, and the proper relationship between individual freedom and collective responsibility. Akali's journey had added her voice to that eternal conversation, offering insights born from experience about how apparent opposites could be reconciled through understanding and commitment. The questions that had driven her to leave the security of institutional life remained as challenging as ever, yet her path had illuminated possibilities for navigating them that honored both stability and justice. As our exploration of Akali's transformation draws to its close, we see how the deepest wisdom often emerges not from choosing between competing values, but from discovering how those values can be integrated in service of larger purposes. The balance she found between order and justice offers guidance for anyone who refuses to accept that we must choose between security and conscience, between respecting tradition and pursuing necessary change. In this synthesis of individual courage and collective wisdom, perhaps we might reflect: how do we honor both the stability that institutions provide and the moral clarity that conscience demands, and what bridges might we build between the world as it is and the world as it ought to be.